Mhm. Yippee! Howdy! I'm Abby. Welcome to stream. Alrighty. Well, time for more space. Alright. Alright. Well, so, uh, today, we're kind of just gonna do some contracts for a bit. We've made a lot of progress the past two streams, uh, and we need to make more money. We have a good amount right now, but we're gonna need a lot more. And more importantly than that, we need a lot of science. We have a lot of stuff that we still need to unlock. Um, Honestly, I kind of thought we would have more stuff unlocked. Ooh, actually, no, no, we don't need this. This is what we need. Yeah. So this is where our N1 stuff is located in. Yes. So need that. We don't have enough for it yet. Can we get the There's the where's the Soviet moon? I remember that was like a pretty far unlock as well. I don't think we got it. Did we? The rover would be nice. No, we definitely don't have it. Yeah, no. Mm. Hi, dear. Hi, Betta. Welcome in. Where was that? I thought it was in here. Guess not. Where was it? Probably blind, and I've scrolled past it a couple times already. There's an option to like see parts in the VAB before you've unlocked them, and then like see through the VAB what tech node you need in order to unlock them. That'd be nice. Oh wait, is it this? It's this! Ah, okay, we're currently working on it. That's why I kept missing it. How long do we have on that? 7 days. Alright. That's not bad. So we'll be able to send rovers up to the moons pretty soon. Nice. Now, in between streams, the ATF has landed a probe on Minmus, making up for the one that they crashed. I won't be showing it. It's definitely there. I did not forget to put it there in between streams. It's definitely up there right now. But of course, we do have plans to return to the moons today. So let's see, satellite specific orbit of Minmus, satellite in synchronous orbit of Minmus. We're planning to knock both these out with the same launch. Minhart 6 up here, in 13 days. That'd be nice. And let's see. Analyze the surface of the moons, Midlands, and Highlands. Yep. Moonheart 6 is planning to do at least half of this contract. I'm not sure if we'll be able to get both biomes with this lander. If we manage to land near enough to the border between the biomes, we'll be able to land, do all the science, and then take back off, do a little hop, and re-land in the other biome. Hoping we'll be able to pull that off. If not, we'll just have to send up another probe. But that's the plan for that. And satellite in specific orbit of the moon. That is one that we do not currently have a mission lined up for, I don't think. Pretty sure Moonheart 6 is a lander, not a orbital satellite, right? Let me just double check that. Moonheart 6. Yeah, that's a lander. Okay. Yeah. Alright, that's what we have up there currently. Let's head into the tracking station and do some time warping to when the next thing is ready to launch. Of course, we're only able to work on 3 rockets at once, so we have to finish up one of these currently under construction before we can start construction of another. Oh yeah. We also have Stato 1 still in orbit. It's been 24 days. So yeah, once they hit 28 days, we're gonna bring them back to the surface. They will have completed their duration stay that we had intended. Let's go ahead and just check on their snacks. Yeah, their snack supply is lasting full well. We're not gonna deplete. We're not leaving them up there long enough that their snacks are gonna run out completely. But we have plenty of snacks to sustain them well past our intended return. In case there's, we want to have reserves just in case of emergencies. But in case there's a rescue mission that needs to be mounted. But they should be able to deorbit and return safely. We have already, of course, tested the Stato return capsule with Stato 2. So Stato 1 and 3, it's actually both of them docked here. They should be perfectly good for their return in a few days. Woo! Right. Well, the La 2B has finished its construction, which means it is now the next up for launch. Before we do that, let's go ahead and get the next Munhart rocket under construction. So, let's see here. We want 6. Let's see. When was the last Munhart that was not a probe? Color-coded them, so the black ones are probes. Oh, right. Munhart 4. The first Munhart lander did not have the black color scheme. Munhart 3? Oh, Munhart 3 also did not have the black color scheme. Munhart 2. Wow. It's really been a while since we've launched an orbital satellite. For a Munhart mission. Okay. Let's see here. Down. Specific orbit of the Mun. Have a mystery goo unit on the satellite. And reach designated orbit. That's all we need. Okay. Well, Mr. Goo on board. We're only going to need one of these. Actually, we have a... Want to do an inline mystery goo, perhaps? Let's see if we can remove a bunch of the equipment that we're not going to need. I guess we've already completed these experiments. Inline mystery goo container. Yep. And this is going to be Munhart 7. Oh, and I figured out some stuff about these text plates. So namely, how to get the text to. So I figured out this depth, which lets me make it wider, and the edgeware, which is like, see how this H is like worn down in the middle there? If I lower this, that gets repaired. Wowee. It's nice and clean. So that's cool. Do you also have the Actually, you know what? Let's grab a Minhart, since that's a little more up to date. Let's see, Minhart 4. No. Minhart 6. Yep. Yeah. There we go. I wanted to have a satellite in this sort of configuration anyways. So you set text. This is going to be Munhart 7. Mm-hmm. Yep. Just orange. Decided I like the different colored fairings. I've decided, well, I want to try and standardize them for like what the payloads we're having. Like different payloads be different colors. I'm thinking green for our manned missions, since Kerbals are green, and thinking the red for our unmanned probes, and then for anything else, we'll do the white pairing. Anything else being, like a capsule that's intended to be manned but isn't launching with any crew on board. That falls into the other category, where it is neither dedicated, unmanned, nor dedicated, launching, but it's not launching with crew on board, so it wouldn't be the green. So, okay. Oh, I almost forgot the science experiment that we need to perform on here. Let's grab that. And go. And there we go. Alright. Okay. So, that will be Munhart 7. Let's check staging. Okay. Yep. That'll be good. Alright, now of course, today is not going to be just contracts and nothing else. We do want to finally... Let's orbit contracts. We do want to finally get our military contract in with Cuba completed. Let's... Ooh, I worked ahead way too much. Well, that's fine. That works. Launch time, yep. Full daylight across our trajectory here. Yeah, we're gonna be landing around here. Let me just double check the exact landing site real quick. So we are looking to land around here. Is our landing spot. Okay. And yeah, the La-2B should be able to make this flight. So unless we have an engine failure, this should go rather smoothly. Or I fuck up the gravity turn, which is also possible. We need to perform a late gravity turn, and we have so that we're high up enough up in the atmosphere that our wings don't provide significant enough drag to slow us down, and we need to make sure that we rotate in the correct direction. And we're not going to be flying this. We need a pilot, and so our recently joining new recruit, Thompson Kerman, which is definitely his name, is going to be joining us. this flight. This will be, I think this is his first flight with us. No, wait, no. He had a previous flight, I believe, also testing the Law 2B. Yes. It was just before the name change was finalized. I mean, he's always been named Thompson. And that's definitely what that says. I haven't figured out how to actually change their names yet, so yeah. I tried to, but there was some confusion because I saw his name in multiple spots, and I wasn't entirely sure what needed to be changed. I didn't want to. The tutorials are for how to change the Kerbal's name that I was able to find are very outdated, and the file structure is not the same as what those tutorials show. So I'm a little scared about changing stuff because, like, I've seen his name in the files, and I could just change it, but I'm scared that it'll cause problems if I like miss something somewhere. I don't know. Probably being a little too overly cautious. I could always, just back up the save file and revert if there's any issues, but I haven't bothered yet. So yeah. All right. Let's see here. So remember, we're gonna try to go for like here-ish, and then let the rotation carry us over. So that is going mostly south, little bit, yeah. Okay. Let's roll over to where we'll need to be. Good. Plenty of altitude. Want to get high up. I think we're at the point where we can start making our gravity turn. Definitely up now. Level out a bit more. I should really put some Supratrons on those. That's probably not good to be having an explosion that close to the cabin, or the main stage, while it still has fuel burning. Memorial over there. Alright. Actually, we need to go a bit higher up. We're not gaining enough altitude. I turned over too much. Oh jeez, we are losing control. We're getting there. We're not out of the atmosphere like I would want, though. Keep an eye on our oxidizer. Alright, we're poking out of the atmosphere now. We were a bit late to that burn, so I don't think this is quite going to get us where we want, but that's what we have the jet engine for. We should get really close and be able to complete the journey with the jet engine, assuming it does not have a failure. This is, of course, an engine with we have an 83% success rate, so yeah, it's a 17% chance failure, so not great. We would like success rate on that to be a bit higher. If I was smart, I would have already tested this engine before this mission, but I held on to the Whitley engine. Whatever the name was. I held on to that previous engine a bit too long. Okay, perfect. And with plenty of oxidizer to spare. Alright, we're re-entering the atmosphere pretty soon here. Right? I feel like this red line is not getting any closer. Let's go ahead and pitch up. Oh, yep, we're in it. Yeah, the line doesn't show that we're in atmosphere yet. Well, right. This line shows us deviation from our current orbit. So I guess within this distance, the deviation isn't actually that great. Because the red line shows where we're projected to be based on drag, whereas the blue line is where we would be if there was no drag. All right. It's looking like a pretty good re-entry angle. Now, this drag and like the actual landing site indicator is, I think it's based on, it assumes that your craft is pointing retrograde the entire time. Oh, try to pull up. So the fact that we're not pointing retrograde means that that prediction might be off. Yeah, we're going to try and keep belly down as we re-enter. Let's see Kuba over there. And this entire flight, only 9 minutes have elapsed so far. We are already almost at our landing site in Kuba. demonstrating the capability of the Law 2B's ability to reach a target anywhere on Kerbin with great accuracy and speed. Of course, the purpose of this craft is to be a light bomber, basically. An intercontinental bomber that can be deployed very quickly, but still has the accuracy of a small, nimble bomber jet compared to our intercontinental ballistic missiles, which are relatively inaccurate. It's pretty difficult to send a missile to an exact location in this game. Alright, we are approaching our target zone. Now, I don't have a very zoomed-in image of where exactly we need to land, so we might have to do some hunting to find it. Del Kerman was not the most forthcoming with exact coordinates, just a vague direction we need to aim for. So we might have to circle around a little bit to find our landing zone. We do know that it is along the coastline around here, though, so let's go ahead and head down. We are going to... Ooh, notice that our staging has been fucked. Let's see, we are looking for a platform. Okay, we are currently flying too far this way, so I think we overshot. So let's turn around now. This is the advantage of having a plane over just a regular missile, is that we can do all sorts of maneuvers in the atmosphere to reach our exact target if our re-entry was off. Let's go ahead and up our speed. Of course, if this craft intended to perform military bombing runs, we do need to have, you know, put speed on it. So we can evade enemy interceptors. Is that it over there? I think that's it. We don't have to land exactly at it. We're just doing a fly overhead to demonstrate our capabilities. There we have it. It is... yep, the Mahi Mahi launch site has been unlocked. Excellent. That's what we've been trying to do this whole time. So Yes, with this demonstration of our military capabilities, Del Kerman has agreed to allow us to stage military operations in Cuba in the future. So now, we of course just need to touch down somewhere to land. So let's toggle the afterburner off, and let's find a nice flat piece of land we can touch down on. Interestingly, this military base does not have an airfield. I believe they operate mostly helicopters down here in Cuba for their Air Force. So we will have to find a landing site elsewhere. Though we could, of course, also do a vertical landing, which is much safer in the absence of an actual runway. We don't want to risk yet another pilot. This thing does not have great landing characteristics. So let's steer away from that city. And we're just gonna drop our throttle. And touch down in these hills. And a perfectly safe landing this should be. Lovely. Excellent work, Thompson. There he is. Good work, buddy. I suppose we might as well check. Is there any science we can run here? We do have scientific experiments on board. And... oh. There is. Well, this is a military vehicle. We've so far been testing it with its bomb bay filled with scientific equipment instead. For the sake of public appearances. It's like a fine day today on Kerbin's Plains. I know what it is about grass that keeps the earthquakes away. The goo takes on the shape of a leaf. Sensor seems to think it's being calibrated. Materials show little signs of change, though one of the samples appears to be judging silently. And we'll go ahead and run our other goo. The goo greedily gobbles up dirt and plant matter. We make a mental note not to touch it. These are blacked out because we cannot perform them in our current state. Alright, do we want to try and take a surface sample? I forget if we ever actually got functional getting in and out of these things. I think so. Let's do a quick save. Oh, take surface sample. Yep, looks like dirt. Yes. Oh. Yeah. Cannot get back in. We jump climb all the way up. And we have to spam space and B in order to try and get inside. And I just realized I forgot to change his spacesuit out. He's still wearing his old ATF spacesuit. Whoopsie doodle on my part. But no one's here to see him right now, so his cover is not being blown. But yeah, we probably should have given him one of our spacesuits now that he is officially on the team. Come on, Thompson. I don't know why this crew hatch really hates letting people back in. Like letting them climb on top of it with a ladder. It doesn't connect with ladders. You can enter through this door. We've done it on the before. It's just really finicky for no apparent reason. Wow, buddy. Come on. You can do it. Oh, come on. Alright. You know what? Whatever. It's fine. We'll just, we'll recover him and the vessel separately. It's fine. Yep, we're recovering the right thing. On recovery. Recover. Yippee! Science. Alright. Good stuff. Alright. And we're 2 days away from Stato 1 and 3 returning. We overshot a day. We had to delay return, apparently. Whatever reason. Yeah. Now we'll just wait for turn to be on the bright side. Alright, and let's head on over here. Our cosmonauts home. Alright, here we are. So, we have both of our crews. They have been relaxing in orbit, doing some minor science experiments. Nothing super substantial. We didn't pack much science on board for them to conduct. Quite frankly, we need more sophisticated laboratory equipment than what is on board the Stato crafts or any further research in low Kerbal orbit. But, you know, they've still gathered very useful data for long-term stay in space, or relatively long-term compared to what we've been doing so far. So now it is time for our brave Kerbals to return to Kerbal. So let us undock. Alright. And we have undocked. And now it is time for our crews to return to Kerbal. Stato 1 here, of course, they have been in orbit longer, so they are going to be the ones returning to Kerbal first. This is Stato 1, right? I just wanna verify. This is 1, right? Yes. Okay. Alright. Aim for right around there. And should we aim for over here, a little bit safer. We don't quite have the return trajectory nailed down on these craft, so yeah, let's do that. We are going to make improvements to the avionics for the next Stato launch. Of course, you can see here we don't have the ability to align directly with our maneuver node here yet. So we need to make some adjustments for that. But for now, this is fine. There we go. Alright, yeah. Alright, this engine, of course, this is the first time we've turned the engine on since we performed that orbital repair. We do have Bill on board along with additional repair equipment, so if it fails again, we can fix it a second time. Alternatively, we can just use our RCS thrusters. They have plenty of thrust to get us home if necessary. So, T-minus 6 seconds, we begin our burn. And we'll get rid of that so we have an accurate lineup of our trajectory. Did we just have another engine failure? We did. Alright, well, it's a good thing we packed those additional equipment. X. Board. Get his parachute back, just in case. And of course, we are going to transfer him back into the return capsule. We don't want to leave anyone not in the return capsule. That would be very bad. Because everything else burns up in the atmosphere with this craft. Okay. Let's continue our burn. Oh. Overshot there. And there we go. Let's point normal. And accelerate. Fear.
Get out of here, stalker.
Annie waifu, thank you for a resub. Welcome in, hope you're having a wonderful time. 19 months in a row. 20 is the product of 3 primes. Nice. Alright, we are in the atmosphere now. Okay. Let's burn prograde a little bit, as it seems like we are undershooting. There we go. Let's just, yeah. Nope, not that. This. Tracked our periscope. And, whoa, we're way off course now. Okay. Yes. We have a little bit of fuel on board. Let's try to get us into friendly territory. Preferably over land. This capsule is intended to be covered on land, not at sea. Okay. There we go. That should be good. What's our... Oh, yeah. We used all of our fuel doing that, but hey, you know, it's nice having that we can do that sort of correction burn using the fuel just on the capsule. You know, that's a nice feature to have. Yeah. How it do all? It is doing well. We are returning our Kerbals from their 2-week, not 2 weeks, their 4-week long orbital stay. Marking the completion of the first camera. Completion of the first Stato launches. First mission for the Stato spacecraft. Alright. Now we're just coasting along. Starting to get some of the re-entry plasma. He's having a great time. Elric and Bill returning safely. And of course, this mission is also significant because Elric and Bill were not sent up together on the same spacecraft. We launched Elric with Bob Kerman as her co-pilot, and Bill was co-pilot with Valentina Kerman. But now Valentina and Bob are aboard Stato 3 together. As we had, at the end of last stream, we had conducted the first docked crew transfer. You know, I've been to the largest buffet in North America. I do not believe I have, no. Still on target for landing. There's KSC over there. So we can turn off the RCS. We no longer need that. Ooh, now that I know about the edge weather, I can make these look nicer too. Yeah. We are on course to land in a city here. Well, maybe aim for that little patch there. Oh, our electric charge has run out. That's not going to cause problems, right? We can still activate the parachute, right? Yeah. And yeah, it looks like we're going to land in this little clear patch here. And yeah, still deploy our parachute. Because we have crew on board, so it doesn't matter that we don't have any electric charge because there are manual overrides for things like deploying the parachute. Alrighty. Wonderful. Yeah, look at him. Sitting in there, having a good time. Floating on down to the surface. And donk. Lovely. Another successful Stato landing. Alright. That went well. Hey, Elric leveled up. Nice. Alright. And now we head back up because we have to do the deorbit for the second capsule. Stato 3. We do have a repair kit. Yeah, we do have a repair kit in case this engine fails. Although this one this engine, of course. So Stato 3 was launched after the engine failures from Stato 1 and 2. So this engine was constructed with that engine failure already known about, and so we've addressed that problem on this engine. So its reliability is much higher. So we shouldn't have any issues with this one. for our return trip. Let's go ahead and add our maneuver. And we're going to aim for here, because we already know that we're going to be gaining some distance once we separate the rest of our capsule. Our solar panel is pointed towards the sun. Alright, and we'll warp ahead to our burn. Don't know why our orbits are flashing like that. Stop doing it. Strange. Alright, so 17 seconds, so -8. You begin burning. Let's go ahead. Turn outward. And decouple. Tracked periscope. And let's see. Oh, okay. Oh, we lose. We don't gain. I'm a fool. Alright. Let's activate our RCS. Just extend our orbit. Extending our orbit is a lot more costly than retracting it seems. So, it's gonna take some getting used to figuring out our landing trajectory for these capsules now. Thankfully, they are still, buoyant. So while an offshore pickup is not ideal, it's not a danger for our cosmonauts here. I mean, it just means that it's going to take a little bit longer for us to recover them than if they had plopped down on land as planned. But, oh well. All should be good. Asked the new person at work today if they liked VTubers. They didn't. Oof. Such a shame. Alright. Bob and Valentina. Having a grand old time. Is this service module or the orbital module? Not sure which one. We gotta... I'd love to see some fireworks from them, but we decoupled them too early to get those, so... Oh. They are... These orbital? No, they're within the atmosphere, so... No, it's not. Although their numbers are going down, so they... We'll check those orbits in, later. In the tracking center. Hello. Howdy, Toa Sampa. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. Wait, not sure if you have it right now or not, but a mod I would highly recommend for more to do on orbit is free IVA. Yep, I have those. Yes, I look forward to being able to use it once we get into space stations and stuff. Oh, you know what? I completely forgot to use it though for Stato 1 and 3 though, when I had them docked together. I could have done a free IVA tour of the whole capsule, I think. Damn. Actually, I'm not entirely sure I would have been able to, because I'm not sure if... No, that's a crew hatch on this umbrella. This parachute. It has a crew hatch, yeah. So I think you can do free IVA pass-through. That's kind of the whole point of this parachute, is that it's supposed to go in between the crew capsule and the orbital module. So... Yeah. I should have done that. Darn it. No, well. Stato 3 has returned. Is amazing in stations, yeah. The only downside is that Tantarez doesn't have IVA models for most of the station parts, so I'm gonna have to... Before I build any space stations, I need to test all of the parts to see which ones in my testing world, in my sandbox save. I need to test all of them to see which ones actually have modeled IVA interiors and which ones don't, so I can know which ones to include and which ones to avoid. Look in VAB to make sure the parts are actually support free IVA. Someone made a mod for that. Yeah, so I think they're the space station parts. They support free IVA. It's just that the interiors are so bare bones that it's kind of lame looking. So I don't want to do it. Let's see, where's It's a crew compartment. It's got free IVA report. Does it have an interior? I don't know. I need to test. But yeah, so I'm pretty sure all of these have free IVA. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, free IVA. Yeah, but I don't know if this actually has an interior or if it's just white walls with nothing in it, which looks lame. So yeah, I have to do some testing at some point. Figure that out. Probably sooner than later, because we'll want to start doing some space station stuff at some point. I guess we have a little bit of time. We haven't even landed on either of the moons yet, so we got some time before we get to space stations, following real-world timelines. Okay. This debris. Alright, let's check out this debris, see what it is, and we'll clean it up if it's insignificant enough. Let's just do a quick debris cleanup cycle. It's neat that it says Moonheart 5 on it, you know? That's kind of neat. But we do have the actual Moonheart 5 probe core also landed, so... I don't know. I mean, it said... I don't know, it'd be kind of neat to land next to it. You know, if you had a Kerbal posing next to it with the name on it, you know, that'd be a nice photo. Alright, I'm gonna leave this one. Fuck it. I'm actually looking for the mod that I found a couple weeks ago that gives those stations their needed IVAs. So I do have a mod. I forget the exact. I think it's just Tantarez IVAs or something along those lines. It's a very self-explanatory name, and it doesn't add IVAs to all of the parts. It just adds IVAs to the parts that are in mirror. But even then, it doesn't add IVAs to all of them. It requires station part expansion redux, I think is the mod. It requires that because it uses the IVAs from that mod for some of the parts, because there's some International Space Station parts that are included in that mod, and the IVAs match up well for the the Soviet half of the International Space Station, of course, and they match up well enough for some of the Mir station parts that are included in Tantarez, I think. But I did not install that mod because it's huge and I don't actually want to use it. I just wanted the IVAs for like those couple parts. But the IVAs in that mod are massive. They're so big that the mod doesn't even include the IVAs by default. You have to download them separately because it's such a big extra thing. And I didn't want to deal with that, so I don't have it. But the mod is the Tantarez IVAs mod is still worth having. It redid the IVAs for like the Soyuz capsules, so they look much nicer now. Okay, let's Stado 1 debris in flight. What is... See, it'd be nice if these were hidden. I don't want to look at them right now. Okay, this one... It does go into the atmosphere, so it will decay over time, so we can get rid of it. I don't want to get rid of debris that realistically shouldn't disappear. Like this debris, that's my fault. It's my bad. I put it there. So we're going to have to clean that up at some point. But I want to clean it up using a rocket or a shuttle or something at some point in the future. So we're going to leave that there. I think anything that says in flight is in atmosphere. Yeah. That. Suborbital trajectory. That sounds pretty much... Yep. Terminate. Oscar at 6. Suborbital trajectory. Yep. Terminate. Oscar at 5. Terminate. Midheart 1 is way out there, but it does pass through. I think that should have burned up by now. I feel like because I'm not focusing on these, the game is just letting them pass through without consequence, I think, or something. Or, I don't know. Because, yeah, 144, that should have burnt up by now. So, yeah. It is a good thing to look at all of these. Okay, yeah, that's way out there. That's just barely in the atmosphere. That'll burn up over time. Anything that realistically should be gone eventually. I'm just gonna... Alright, this is outside the atmosphere, so we're not gonna get rid of that. This is not even orbiting Kerbal anymore. So you know what? We're gonna get rid of that. If it's not something that, like, reasonably makes sense for me to want to clean up either, then, like, if it's something that, like, realistically could just be ignored, probably, then we're just gonna get rid of it also. Okay. Yeah, apparently the station parts having to do with Mir and ISS, as well as Soyuz. It's 1.12 Tantarus IVA expansion. Yep. You could simulate orbital decay by deleting debris that had been in orbit past a specific time, viewing it as having re-entered. I guess I could, but I don't know. I do want some debris in orbit for me to send up, like, a Baron to, like, grab and deorbit, you know? So I think that'd be fun later on in the career mode. You know, give us something easy to do in between Mars missions and stuff. Or Duna missions and stuff. Alright. So, Minhart 6, Munhart 6, and Munhart 7 all lined up. Minhart 6 is almost done. Okay, tracking station. Why is it pitch black right now? Is it because it's a new moon? Let me see. Well, there's no moon overhead. We're providing moonlight, so... Yeah, okay. That might be why it's pitch black right now. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, no, it's just a visual bug. Alright, good to know. That makes more sense, really. Alright, let's warp to sunrise. Our reputation is almost in the teal. Nice. Alright. Minhart 6. You are ready to launch. Okay. Minhart 6. Your mission is... Let's see. Both of these orbits around Minmus, yes. Let's just go ahead and hop over here and have a little looky. Both in the same direction, both relatively close to each other, so yeah. Alright, we're gonna try to get both of these orbits with this one satellite. Alright. Let's launch. In 3, 2, 1. Alright. Separation will happen before we reach orbit. Okay. I have a blue in the fridge, but if you can throw in another.
I'll bring you the blue and throw them in.
Yeah. Alright, 28 seconds, so at T minus 14, we begin burn.
There wasn't blue in there, but it's not full. Maybe less. Want a soda instead?
I'll just have the blue.
It is like it's already scrambled. Yes.
Alright. Boing. Boing. Oh, I guess I have the probe core on there. I could have done a full circularization and then deorbited this instead of whatever. Extend the panels. We're at 6. Yes. Alright. Now then, let's get Wait. Let's see here. We are past that one, so actually, hold on. Before I do this, let's circularize. There we go. Probably a good idea. Alright. Let's see. Inclination. 6 degrees. It's still 0.1. Whatever, that visually matches, it'll be fine. And I know that the inclination is correct. Because we've been to Midmus before, it's 6 degrees. ERB, it issues. Oh. Stay safe. Alright, 10-second burn. Let's get a little more precise with that. T minus 10 seconds will burn. I've got a little bit of red Powerade and about an equal amount of blue Powerade in front of me from partial bottles. Gonna mix. Yeah. Purple. More of an orange than a purple. It's like orange with like purple undertones. It's not a very pleasant color. Nice. I mean, it's still good, yeah. That's kind of nice, actually. Mixing fruit punch and blue raspberry. I missed my burn! Fuck! Increase the throttle, I can cancel out that. Okay. Alright. Our inclination is now set. Let's go ahead and do add maneuver. Let's send us out. Let me click the node. There's a better way to do this. Fine, click the node. Yep. Give me the node. Give me... Seriously? Give. Thank you. It's automatically gonna do that now. Give me the node! Piece of shit. Fine. Fine. Kill that node. New node. Alright, that gets pretty close to where we need that to be for that orbit, so... Nice. Oh, wait. We're gonna be heading in this direction. So in order for these orbits, we need to be on this side of the planet, actually. Oh, it closed the fucking... God damn it. Give. There you go. Okay, so we need to approach on the other side. Mm-hmm. There we go. $33. So at T minus, let's see, 15 plus 1.5, 16.5. Yep. There we go. All right. This is gonna take a while. It's 106. Okay. We got some time before this is gonna hit up there. That's fine. So our solar panels will be towards the sun once we get out from around Kerbal. And we'll leave that where it is for now. Okay. Funky orbits it wants us to do. Alright. Let's see here. Boop. Let's have a look at some of our contracts to see what we should start preparing for next. You know, maybe we have a contract up for something interesting. Let's see. Transfer or recover scientific data from space around Kerbal. We can't do that, I don't think, because we don't have any more things to do in space around Kerbal. Actually, no, we could. If we sent up a satellite and then physically returned the experiment, we could complete some science. But we're not going to get much for it. Crewed landing, manned return from orbit. Yes, we could do some. We don't have the rockets for it. We don't have the parts to send our flyby rockets. We can't do these yet. We could send a probe to Eve. This is something we have not done yet. Let's see. So I think we could do this. We don't lose any money if we decline it. We just lose reputation. We gain a fuck ton of reputation if we do it. So, you know what? Yeah, let's do an Eve flyby. Sure. Finish construction of a road around the surface of Minmus. Okay, we can't do that because we need to send a manned person to do it. Although this is a cool contract. But yeah, no, we can't do that. We can't adjust ATF satellites. We don't own those. Equatorial orbit. That'd be easy. Pay as well. That'd be really easy. Why does this pay so? It's such an easy contract. Paris satellite. Oh, okay. Damage Kerbals in orbit of Kerbal. No, that's neat. Yeah, I mean, that sounds cool. That sounds fun. We'll do that. And position a satellite in equatorial orbit of Kerbal. Hey, that'd be pretty easy. That would require another Moonlander. And it pays significantly less to do science on the surface of the moon. Is going to reward us much less financially than putting just a simple satellite into equatorial orbit. That's Okay, well, hold on. How high up is this? Apoap's oh, it's I see why this pays so well. It's a stupid orbit. Okay. The problem with these orbits is that they get caught. Is that the satellites get caught by the moon or Minmus? Like, let's see where this orbit is. I bet it's gonna be right in the middle of where. Oh, no. Is that? No, that's a different one. Hold on. Is the orb being hidden because I had offered orbits turned off? Let's just double check. What company is this? Moving parts, experts. Oh, that's a 4, not a 9. I misread. Okay. So what is this orbit? In which case, yeah, that's totally doable. Yeah. Yeah, just put another relay satellite up into that orbit. Sure, we can do that. Okay. Here we go. Alright, so let's go ahead and start construction of one of these. So min-miss, with carbon. Let's see, repair. Let's go ahead and start work on that, because that'll take longer for us to build. That'll require another stato, since it's a manned mission. Oh, actually, hold on. I should actually look. Where in orbit of Kerbin is this satellite? That's kind of an important detail that I haven't really stopped to consider. Because if it's like way out there, that might prove difficult. Damaged satellite. Oh. Hmm. Shit. That is in an orbit that I had not considered. Fuck. I thought this was much closer. I should have double checked before I accepted this. Okay. Can I do it? Can I do this? I mean, yeah, I probably could. I'd have to add some boosters and stuff to be able to do it. Let's investigate it. You know, see what we're looking at. Mm-hmm. Pair Gigantor XL. I mean, it's not broken. Oh, it is broken. No, okay. Oh, so EVA repairs. It's not broken in EVA repairs. It's broken in the default game's repair system. I see. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. So flight. Limited probe control. Has no thrusters. Okay. So we're not going to be able to bring it closer. It's going to require quite a lot of Delta V to do that. Because, yeah, it's going to require more Delta V than a moon encounter. So we're not just doing an encounter, we have to rendezvous, which means we have to circularize our orbit to be the same as it. So we're gonna need some pretty substantial Delta V to do this mission. I'm not too sure about this one, actually. I might have to reject it. Let's see. Look at that. One encounter. And then we're gonna need... I don't know how much Delta V it'll take to go from our encounter to circularizing, but it'll probably be a fair bit. I'd imagine at least the amount that it takes to... I don't know the math! I don't know how to do the math for this to ensure I have enough Delta V, and it's a manned mission. So the stakes are pretty high if we fuck this up. And... yeah, fuck it. I should have checked the orbit before I accepted. But now that I have looked at it, I don't think it's worth risking. Oof, that sucks financially. But better than stranding a Kerbal in orbit. Far up where we can't get to them easily. Okay. Surface of Minmus. Transmit or recover scientific data from the surface of Minmus. Yeah, we've only done one Minmus lander. We're sending up another Mun lander. We should, yeah, let's do another Minmus landing. Yeah. Okay. So now that we have that set up, let's get our lander. Welcome back. I'm gonna take a Minheart 5 and going to up that to 7. Make that text look a little prettier. Make sure this also says 7. Alrighty. Okay. Alright, now I kind of want to cut back to Minheart 6 before we start, before we launch our next thing. But let's go ahead and get the next rocket lined up for launch. So, equatorial orbit of Kerbin. Yeah, that is this one, right? Or is it this one? Right. That's not equatorial. This is equatorial. Yeah. Unusual deer noises. I make many a sound. Okay. Active. Tutorial, moving parts. Yep. 4 million to 2 million. Win 4 million. Okay. Is the one. Alright, let's get another Rachmus satellite. Mhm. Alright, Rachmus 3. No. A little more visible on the darker tank. Alright, Rachmus 3. Actually, hold on. Does this need any specific equipment? We'll have a thermometer. That's it. Okay. Science thermometer. Go. Oh, we have new science equipment. With the processing lab, we have telescope. Night scanning arm. This requires being right next to specific surface features. That's for a rover, not a lander. This is not a science experiment. A tiny container for rocks, data. Some light telescope. Telescope. Okay. Scanner. Witchcraft to provide information on a planet or moon's natural resources. Includes soil, atmospheric and oceanic sampling tools when used while landed on a planet or a moon. The data gathered can be used to increase the accuracy of orbital survey scanners. Interesting. don't know what these give us. Does this give science? Discover science bonus 10. I think this just like amplifies our scientific returns from other experiments? I don't know. I feel like I should probably use these. Howdy, potato. Welcome in. Stand on a knife, but so overcompensated by dropping your $400 on 2 others. Yes, good investments. Yeah, I should probably get this. Ooh, it's big. Let's see. This will have to go on. So, pretty substantial. I haven't seen in years. It's my dad's printer. Oh, nice. Did we put this on this satellite? May as well. It's kind of ugly on top of there, but you know what? It do be like that, you know? Bit of a big fairing, but you know, hey. Good for science. Here you have OKC, right? Ontario Knife Company? I have a Chinese knockoff of an OKC M7B. It's very cheap, and the tip is like super fucking blunt, like comically blunt tip, which is not as advertised, but you know, it's a super cheap Chinese knockoff. So I kind of get what I paid for. But yeah, I don't have any real OKC knives. I know they're really good. And I also know that they were gone for a while. They're back, right? But they got saved somehow. Thought it was real OKC. Did you get it from RTG? I got it from Amazon. But yeah, it's pretty garbo. But it, you know, at a glance, it looks like an OKC M7B. That's all that matters, because the M7B is a very cool bayonet. But I have other knives for practical purposes, you know. My M7B clone is just so I can have a bayonet that actually fits on my AR. Although, I'll probably get a better bayonet at some point. Probably just a regular M7. What did I enter? I'm not thinking. But, probably won't be for a while. I don't really have a need for it. You know, I don't need to go stabbing anything anytime soon. So it's kind of hard for me to justify to myself buying another bayonet when I'm poor. One heart 6. Getting real close. Yeah, OKC seems to be back, but not all their bayonets. At least for 26, 27. Only bayonets in the catalog are M9, Black and Green, and Marine Bayonet. Yeah. That makes sense. Those are their big ones. Okay. Then we just have to do a minor inclination change, and we'll have that yellow orbit. Excellent. Alright. We're still a day out. Well, let's warp ahead to it. I wish I could mount my Glock knife to my AR. Because it's a really nice bayonet. But, you know, it only fits on that one AUG bayonet mount that nobody has except for one guy in Australia. There are more of them out there than just that one guy's, but, you know. The only one that anyone has ever bothered to actually take pictures or video of is the one in Pointy Knot Sharp's possession. Great channel for knife stuff. Zooming up. AUG mount? What AUG mount? The only mount I know is the NATO pattern. So the AUG had a there was a prototype bayonet mount for the AUG to mount the Glock knife as a bayonet. I forget if it was created. I forget if the Glock knife was created to fit that mount because that mount was being considered, or if the mount was made for the Glock knife because Glock wanted to submit the knife to trials. I forget what the order of events was, but yeah, it was like it threads onto the barrel before you put the flash hider on, or it clamps on. I forget which method it uses, but it attaches to the barrel. I think no, it's a clamp on. Yeah, it clamps on and like locks in places on like the ridges, the fins, like well, they're not fins, but like, you know, those grooves that are on the AUG barrel. It like locks in place on those, and then you can stick the Glock knife on it. Like there's a plug in the base of the Glock knife handle, and if you remove that plug, you can install it on that bayonet mount. But very few of those mounts survive. And Pointy Knot Sharp has a video about it on YouTube, and that is the only one that anyone has seen on the internet since the original trials. So, oh shit, we missed our burn by a few seconds. Whoopsie. Fine. This'll end just all right. It's neat, and I wish someone would make an adapter to allow you to mount the Glock knife to an AR-15 like that. Significantly reduce our thrust for this one. Yeah, the Glock Knight mount also doesn't use a muzzle ring. It's just free hangs. So it's also neat for that. It's still requires no larger than a standard NATO flash hider, though. You can't go any larger than that, or else the bayonet won't fit, because it is meant to make physical contact with the outside of your standard, 22 millimeter flash hider. Is it 22 millimeter or is it 20 millimeter? I think it's 22 millimeters. It's the NATO standard for flash hiders. You can fit rifle grenades. Yeah. Alright, 17 seconds, so T minus 14? Alright. So. So I made a 3D print file, apparently. That's neat. Like a 3D print file of the original hog bayonet mount. It'd be cool if someone made like a 3D print file of like an adapter to go from NATO to hog mount. Alright, we have positioned in orbit and we have completed this contract, which is very nice. Contract complete. Yay. So now we can adjust our orbit into this new one. This is something we can apparently just do. If we can, the satellite only has to stay in the correct orbit for 10 seconds for the contract to be complete. These are very weird terms for these contracts. And I'm going to go ahead and just head to the Space Center to just doubly confirm the contract is completed. We have been paid. And we don't screw ourselves. But, yep, 6 contracts instead of 7. Alright. Excuse me. I sneeze. Alright, Minar at 6. Fly again. And this is a relay, so I should rename it. Relay, accept. You can't recover that, so no point really. Alright, 26 seconds, so T minus 13 we burn. That's close enough. Contract complete. Nice. Yippee! Alright. Minhart 6. It's in an orbit with a relay antenna on it. Looking good. Still have plenty of Delta V if we need to reposition its orbit for another contract. We can. Alright. Since we've freed up 2 contract slots, let's go ahead and check mission control before we move on. Module? How? I think we need a claw for that. So I think we can do that. I don't have a lore excuse to rescue Kerbals at the moment, so we can't do that either. Temperature survey of the Mun near Munhart 5. I think we need a rover for that. So I'm not gonna do it. Switch the skies with the telescope. Okay. Both of these require a significant amount of money investment. They'll unlock more planets, but we're kind of not doing anything outside of the inner planets right now, so I'm not going to bother with those. Still. Okay. I think we're going to ignore those for now, and we'll just continue about business. Which means Munhart 6. Time to launch. Yippee. Munhart 6 and 7. Ready to launch at the same time. I guess we'll do some back-to-back launching. Alright. Munhart 6. Oh, didn't like that bounce. Alright, so this one is going for this is Munhart. Yep. We're going for to the Mun here, yep. So we are aiming for the Midlands and the Highlands. We want to be right in between them so we can do a little hop to get both. Alright. Let's throttle her up. And 3, 2, 1, launch. turbulence with this launch. I forgot how unwieldy these lander craft are during the launching phase. I think we should add another reaction wheel onto here. Alright. So, 45-second burn at T minus 30 plus. So, 15, half 15. Oh, I'm blanking on math. Hold on. 22 seconds. Alright. Oh. Oh, I forgot to replace this engine. Oh, I'm a fool. Hmm. Hmm. Let's go ahead. Head to the Space Center. Let's real quick fix that for the next launch. So that's, oopsie on my part. That's Menard 7. What transfer stage engine do you have? Okay, you're up to date. Yep, you're good. Okay. Next one. Menard 7. Edit. This one, I believe, has... Yeah, this one's another lander, I'm pretty sure, and it's got the wrong engine. Transfer station. Actually, oh, no, that looks small. That might be the correct engine. Yes, it is. Okay. This one will have no problem. Although, what I am going to do is take these flags off and replace them with flags that have the correct proportions. So we can edgeware. Get rid of that. And then depth. Bring that out. Yeah. There we go. The proper 1:2 aspect ratio flag. Yes. Very nice. And also, let's go ahead and add a SAS module. Save edits. That save in here as well. If I just click save edits, does that also save this? Let's just save. There we go. Look. Passport renewal completed. Oh, nice. Good for you. Mm-hmm. I think this is the one. Yes. Okay. Let's we're too far away from that one to wait. That's debris. Okay, yeah, that's debris too. It's just... Wait. Oh. Did I launch one of these, return to the Space Center, and then completely forget about it and go to the other one? And launch the other one? Is that what happened? I think that's what happened. Hold on, let's Inheart 6. Orbiting Kerbal. Wait, no, Midheart 6 got all the way over. What is this then? it has a probe core on it, evidently. So what are you? Oh yeah. Wait, no, that's Munhart. No, damn it, I clicked on the wrong one. I'm looking for a Minhart around Kerbal. Minhart 6. Why do you have a probe icon? What are you? Oh, right, because this has that. Yes. Yeah, this is a self-deorbiting capable booster. Yeah, we might as well ease it along, you know. Whee! Hey, sploosh. Oh. Huh. How did the front survive and the back exploded? Yeah, whatever. Saves us some money, you know, we can recycle that. Yeah. Almost $2,500 recycled from that, then, yeah. Alright, quite heavy rocketry. Then very heavy rocketry is next. Quite heavy. Research. And then we're gonna have to upgrade the research, the R&D facility. How much will that cost? 2 million? 2.5 million? I don't know. Why does it have to be so expensive to get the N1 rocket parts? Okay. 1960s technology should not be at the end of the tech tree. Stinky. Oh well. I get it's the tech tree is balanced around like performance, not time scale. Like annoying because I'm trying to go off time scale. Even though the N1 is ridiculously overpowered for getting to the moon. Um, it's just like the base values for Tantarus are not balanced around. You know, in hindsight, I probably should have gone for like a 1.5 scale system, or like a 2 times scale system, or something. I don't know. I was too lazy to figure out how to get that to work with Outer Planets, but there's probably like configs and stuff for that available out there. But yeah, that would allow for more realistic craft. In terms of like how big they are to what they're capable of doing. Alright. Back to... Oh, this is still out here, even though you rejected that. You know, let's just terminate you. You're not canon. You don't exist. 106. Voting Kerbal. Why? Okay. Want a moon encounter. Oh, that didn't close the encounter window. No, it did. I'm silly. It's gonna put us into an orbit and an angle, huh? Interesting. Alright, well, we don't need to land equatorially. This coming in at an angle gives us more options for our landing position. So, yeah, that'll work fine. 4-minute long burn. Oh, this Vostok engine. Okay, well, get ready for this burn. Alright, so 2 minutes, 11 seconds. T minus 2 minutes, 11 seconds. And while that's going, I'm gonna grab another drink. Really should have paid more attention when I assembled this craft. Make sure that this engine out. Oh well. It's fine. Long, long burn. Do. That's where it is. Here's where it needs to go. Alright, we're approaching our inch cutoff. Alright. Whee! Uh, 54. So 25 plus 2, 27. That's 27. lunar sunrise. Okay. So now, now we need to figure out where exactly we're going to be landing. So we want to ideally land between, let's see, the Midlands and Highlands. Let's see. Highlands and Midlands. The Highlands and Midlands don't border each other. I'm looking at a map. Yeah, the lowlands are in between. Okay. Okay. There are some spots where Midlands and Highlands are close to each other, though. So I guess those are where we're going to be aiming for. So let's just try to figure out where those are. Okay. So over here-ish. Around map over here-ish is will get us near both. Do that. Minus 6 seconds. Okay. You know what? What I should probably do is I should figure out where I think this landing site is. Use MacJeb landing info. Pick a target position. Oh. Lowlands. Highlands. Yes, I'm not entirely sure now that I know that the biomes aren't directly touching each other like I assumed they would be. It's kind of odd. There's always lowlands in between the midlands and highlands. You would think it would go low, mid, high, but apparently it goes mid, low, high. So a little confusing. But oh well. So we might not be able to make the hop. Depends on how much Delta V we end up having when we're done. I don't know. I think I'm going to attempt it either way, but, you know, we'll see how likely we are to succeed when we get down. T-minus 6 seconds. Hell, if we can manage to keep this, the transfer stage, then that might be useful. Don't think we're gonna be able to keep it though, because we're gonna need the. I mean, no, I trust the weight ratio. No, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Minute 7 seconds, so T-minus 33. Yep, we're gonna use up all the Delta V that we have in this stage. Okay. Alright, so at T minus 35 seconds, we begin our burn. There's the Highlands. Shit. We're gonna have to do a hop. Anyways, it seems. Unless. Uh-huh. Oh shit. We're fucked. We passed the suicide burn countdown. Well, we're boned. We're not landing in the right biome, and we're going too fast. Shit. Oh. Never mind. We're all right. It was a bumpy landing, but we're all right. Okay. And we're in the Highlands. Hey, what do you know? All right, nice. Extend our antenna. And do we have any good what do we have here? Prettiest, but yeah, you know what? We'll take it. Take a photo. You know, posterity. All right. And let's run our experiments. Nice. Thermometer can't seem to make up its mind. They say insanity is doing the same thing multiple times, expecting different results. Students register a small anomaly. You're not sure if this was a genuine seismic event, just a false positive from you shuffling your feet. Well, I'm not shuffling my feet. But we did have a rough landing, so that could influence some readings, maybe. I don't know. I'm sure the boys in the science team will have a better understanding of that. Babbity shbabbity. Let's eat some snacks. Oh, this one's a big upload. I should have waited on it. Oopsie. Oh yeah, we have enough battery for this though. Yeah, we're not getting any sunlight in here, so we're gonna have to wait before we do our bounce because I want to have more electric charge. Okay, let's check the contract here. So in the Highlands, let's see. Oh, materials study. Ah, shit. We're not gonna be able to do that with these landers do not have the Delta V to pull a whole materials bay, and we did not include a materials bay, so not gonna be able to do that. Also not gonna be able to do surface samples. That's unfortunate. Goo just hangs out in its container when you poke it with a finger. Alright, well, on to the Midlands science. This contract, even if we don't do everything, the penalty for disregarding it before we fully complete it isn't enough to outweigh the money we gained from doing the rest of it. So it should be fine. All right, now the question is, do we have enough to make it to the lowlands? I'm gonna say no. Yeah, we probably don't. And we can try. We've transmitted all the data that we have so far. So let's try it. Why do we have no orbit? Why are we still considered landed? This is a precarious situation for me to be in because I can't see my orbit. SP. Quick save and quick loading. Cannot quick save while moving over the surface. Piece of shit. Um... Let's just try to extend to make sure we get into the lowlands, I guess. You know, the game is not happy. You are not landed, you are in the air! Oh, I don't think we have enough Delta V. I think we're smacking. Yep. It's Joker. Oh well. We tried. We got most of that contract. We can send another lander to finish the rest of it. Who knows? Maybe we'll have another miraculous survival. Probably not, but yeah, you know. We can hope for it. Please. Oh! Please carry us far enough into the lowlands, please. Let us slide into the lowlands. Damn it. What if we... RCS spokes are acting as prongs to keep us trapped. Reaction wheels are not enough to roll us with those stoppers in place. Okay, well, you know what? Hey. We're intact, and we have more science experiments we can run in the Midlands. You know, it's... Wait. Oh, I'm a fool. I'm a fool. I've been aiming for the highlands and the lowlands. We need highlands and midlands. Okay, we're fine then. Yeah. This is exactly what we needed. Yay. Gonna turn us so our solar panels can collect the sun. But I don't think they will. Yeah, no. Damn, that's unfortunate. Okay, what do we need for the seismic scan? Okay, seismic scan is the only other one for this that has a contract award, so we'll do that one. Distant impacts on the surface reflecting along the interior of the moon. Nice. Surface here seems to reflect much of the sun's heat. As a result, it's slightly cooler here. Yep, transmit that back. Science boys will love it. Calibration, the sensor is able to detect the interplay of gravity between Kerbal and the moon. Wait, no. Transmit. There, we're not going to have enough data for enough battery for this. Oh well. Yep, nope, the solar panels are at such an angle that we will not be able to receive more power to this vessel. That is most unfortunate. Okay. Well, hey. You know, we did good. Oh, wait. Unpick. Nah, that's fine. It'll go away when we switch away from it. Alright. Space Center. Alright, we got more stuff. Yes, weird. You like weird music? Yeah, like music. I don't know. Weird. Let's see. I want either. Weird can mean a lot of things when it comes to music. I don't know. I like some weird music. Some of the songs I enjoy could be classified as weird, yes. Let me know what you think of Jingle Train. Oh. Google has a weird thing that it does when you search up that name. Guess I'll give a listen later on. And I'll let you know. Okay. Do we want this? Yes. I think this. Mm-hmm. Alright. We're gonna need a fuck ton of money in order to get to the moon on the N1. Huh. That's really unfortunate. We could always go for a UR700 instead. We could definitely build a UR700 with the parts we already have available. UR700's really ugly, though. But it is also objectively a better rocket design. I don't know. Like, functionally wise, it's a better rocket design. Aesthetically, it's horrible. But we could certainly build it with the parts we have available to us. So, I don't know. If it feels like unlocking this is taking too long, then, I don't know. If that is too lofty a goal, then maybe we go for UR700. But I think with enough contracts, we can get to. We can get 2 mil. Sure. Well, we haven't gotten our payouts for our military contracts yet. I mean, we're not getting paid for the Antlers 1 military contract because we didn't actually get the photos in, but you know. That's neither here nor there. Oh, are we able to build our high altitude spy plane yet? Yes, we are. Alright. Let's build you then. So we can get some spying contracts. Yeah. You know what? Do we? Through one. Yeah. We'll recycle the codename. Let's see. Do we have countermeasures? Yeah, just in case. Yes. Seeking missiles are going to be what this thing is most likely to encounter currently. That camera on the bottom. Let's see here. You field of view. Can I change? No, we cannot. But you know, it's tight. All right. Yeah. We shall begin construction of this. I don't have one of those in storage already that I forgot about, right? Okay, good, I don't. That would be a little embarrassing. Okay. Let's see. After this Moonheart mission is to, let's see. Satellite specific orbit of the moon. Yep, that's what we're doing here. We're going Eve. Okay, so let's build our Eve rocket, and then we'll launch that Moonheart we have sitting in storage. We're ready to go. Alright. So this will be our first time heading to Eve. Let's see, how much Delta V are we gonna need? So, we're just doing a flyby. So we only need an encounter. We don't need a capture. So 90 to 430. Let's go 430. Alright. Yeah. So 430. Wait, is that plus this mount, or is this a range? I don't know. I'm gonna assume it's a range. So let's do 430. Let me get a calculator. So 430 plus 930 plus 34 hundo is 4,760 Delta V. Okay. 1,760. Got it. Alright, let's see. What does the contract actually require us to do? It is just return science from Eve. So we can send a super bare bones orbiter, really, is what I am picking up from this. Okay. Let's grab you. You look cool. And yeah, we need a name for this. Have a heart. One. Now for communications, we're gonna need a pretty long-range communications thing, right? What is the... Let's see. ASP antenna range calculator, yeah. Tracking station. Okay, I found a calculator. Your tracking station level matters. Okay, what level is my tracking station? It is level 2. Okay. Enough power. Okay, what determines antenna power? That's not a regular number that it provides readily. None of these options just say antenna power. Okay, hold on, let me... Communications. Let's see here. Unitron 16S. You are a known variable. Have you here. I can read your numbers. Unitron 16S. Total antenna power. This is 500K. Antenna rating, 500K. Ah, okay. So antenna rating is the number that we need to be looking for. Okay. Antenna rating 15G. We want higher than that, apparently. It seems to be cumulative, though. So that's good. So if I just stack multiple antennas, that will also work. Alright, so 15G. We have higher than that available. 30G. Ooh. That will do us good. Yeah, we'll have basic control at that distance. Okay. And this transmit science? I think so. Right. Yeah, it'll say it can't transmit science if it can't. So this can. Yes. Alright. The Brill. Bullish and Canes to the rescue. Okay. So we'll use that. I'm gonna bookmark this page, because that will be useful later on for the other planets when I need to figure out communications range. Alright. So we know we need at least that. If we're gonna be communicating with this thing. Let's see. Science that we can do in orbit of Eve easily and with low cost. Micrometeorite detector. Yes. You are cheap and easy. And ion trap. You are cheap and easy. And neither of those require a lot of electricity to send. They both get sent pretty quickly. You know, they're very low bandwidth experiments, so that will be fairly good. I suppose we could also do thermometer. You know, that's another cheap option. Yeah, put that between the panels. Alright. So, we've got some basic science we can get out of the way. But we're not going to do anything super fancy, being as this is just... Although, the more we do, the more... You know, the more we can, the more science we get out of it. Maybe it is worth doing a little more. I mean, these things are so lightweight anyways. I think that's all of the low bandwidth science experiments we can slap onto this thing. Well, I mean, we could do these, but those are bulbous. I mean, we could. Oh, yeah, that. It's like a glove. Like it's supposed to be there. It does make this look a little awkward, though. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-mm. It's a good spot. This. That. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That'll be good. Okay. That's science down. Batteries. Probably want some of these. That'll cover our panels if we do that. Could do an inline battery, although we're about to unlock a new inline battery that will be more, you know, on brand looking. So I don't really want to buy this one right now. How long do we have until that battery is available? I think it's even part of the barrel parts. Ooh, 37 days. Yeah, this will definitely be launching before that. Okay. Well, you know. But she will definitely need batteries, just in case her solar panels do not hold up. So we'll put these on. Well, we need to give this thing a body, because it needs, of course, to go places. Fuel tanks. Let's see here. Mm-hmm. I like something like this, but longer, you know? I mean, we got this guy, but it's curved. You know, I'd like this, but just not curved, you know? But alright. Scale down one of these. But it's the top and bottom wouldn't match the correct way. No. Okay. And green doesn't really fit here. Let's grab an engine. What? Yeah, it'll be our standard workhorse engine at these points. I don't know where the 105 is. it's an improved version of it, so whatever the 105 is, this is better. Alright, and vacuum, please. Huh. Lovely. So that's already over 3,000 Delta V. And oh yeah, this is more than enough Delta V for us to do an Eve flyby. You know, once we get a launching stage under it, it will be more than enough. So maybe we dial it back, or we include more stuff, more payload. I mean, it's just a flyby. I think we dial it back. And that just looks a little more reasonable anyways. Alright. Let's see. Do we want to put? Let's put more solar panels on it. That'll definitely be a good idea. And just these dinky panels, you know. Let's see. 2 per second. I'll put 6 per second. It's curved in the wrong direction. Oh, that actually works with the shape of it. Yeah. Central mount. Yeah. That looks like it'll work. Anything else labeled Buril? You know, for funsies, match the set? I don't think so. think the rest of the Baril parts are in the that science node that we haven't unlocked yet, that we're currently researching. Yeah. All right. I think that's good enough for the probe. Let's get our launch vessel. Okay. Coupling. Oh, that's just clears it. Huh. Let's offset that a little bit. Yeah. Okay. And now let's put payload. Mm-hmm. That seems excessively large. Let's dial that back. It's a bit oversized as well. Yeah, I think that's the right size. Make red. See our probe. That's the color scheme we have assigned to that. Alright, we've gone with this larger fairing, even though we're still going to be launching this on our standard Rock 4. Or Rock 5. At this point, but is a little bit of a deception. Okay, let's doot. 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 And there we go. Yep, that's the same diameter. Okay. So, instead of narrowing in, we're just gonna do that. Now, as far as delta V goes, that is... Oh yeah, that's more than enough to make it. Huh. That looks silly, so we're not doing that. We're gonna go ahead and throw another tank in between here, just to make it look a little taller. Let's see here. You. Let. Fine. Oh, this one's cheaper anyways. Not as universally usable because of its colors, but you know. Actually, I already had this unlocked. Which is quite a bit longer than that. Ideally, I would like to match this length. I think that's a good length. That works. Okay, length. Color matching. Alright. Be nice if I could, like, make it not distort. Without it wrapping downwards, you know? I guess the wrapping downwards does look kind of neat, though. So, yeah. Alright. Have a heart 1. Actually, that's gonna be a single piece, because on the back, I'm gonna do a big ol' UCC. It's kind of big for it, so let's just make it a little more modest. Yeah, there we go. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure how I feel about going straight up instead of tapering in here, but I think we're gonna try it. We'll see if it grows on me. I don't know. It might. Oh yeah, I know that's good. Okay, adding that's making me like the two-tone tanks a lot more actually. So, yeah. Okay. Now, as far as these go, though, they are gonna be emptied. So we can get into orbit without having them be full of stuff. So, yeah. Okay. Oh, batteries. I almost forgot. You need to put batteries on this doohickey. Yeah. That's kind of important. Let's extend these and tract. Oof, that's not great. I mean, it'll be fine once they're extended. We could ignore it for now. We can just pretend that this panel doesn't fold in like that, and instead is like sticking out a little, you know? Yeah. Yeah. We can pretend. Alternatively, we can also just do that. Just embed the batteries into the bottom. Oh, yeah, that works. Yeah. Looks nicer that way, anyways. Alright, cool. So that's batteries sorted. Solar power, good. Science experiments, fuel. We have plenty of Delta V. That's plenty to make it to our destination. Yep. Alright. Yeah, this should work. Alright, let's save this, and I'm also gonna go ahead and toss this setup into sub-assemblies. This will be a ROG 4B, I think. Yeah, ROG 4 is... yeah. ROG 5. 5B. Into 6. ROG 5. It's not that big of a difference. There we go. Save and check our station. Boom, boom, boom. We have 0 meters per second going on there. Interesting. Now we don't. Alright. Drop the fuel in there just a little bit. I think might work out just fine. Okay. Check. Boom. 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 Okay. Save and add to the build list. Yeah. We'll do our Venera analog mission. Yippee. Alright, but for now, let's see here. Moonheart 7 is ready to launch. This is a satellite, yes? Specific orbit of the moon. Yep. A mystery gear container on board. Actually, before we leave, let's go ahead and, this guy, we are not completing. Yeah, the failure cost of this was already paid for by the, completion of just one of these. Was more than enough to cover the failure cost, so we can cancel that. Because we're not intent on finishing it. This will give us plenty of stuff. Badlands. We could do this now. I believe we have the technology to do all of this. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's see. These don't require specific multiply camera, visible light camera, magnetometer. That's it. High and low. That would be pretty easy to do if we have a satellite with all of those things. Actually, wait, no. I think this is a trap. No, because we've already done these, I'm pretty sure, right? I'm pretty sure we've already done these. And this wants us to get the remaining science that we haven't gotten yet from, which we would have to recover. Which we could probably launch a mission to send something to Minmus and back, which we should. We should send a mission to go out and then return with all of the data. So that's a good stepping stone for preparing for sending, something into orbit around Minmus and then back, which obviously we need to do in order to send a crew to Minmus and back. So maybe we should do this. This requires material studies, so that our current lander won't work for that. Analyze the surface on Minmus, in the Midlands, and flats. Yep, we'll take that. Study of Minmus. Magnetometer, visible light, ultraviolet light. Yeah, we'll take that. Okay. Actually, hold on. Doot, doot, doot. And there's flats and Midlands. Ant growth study. I should have read this more carefully. I really should have read this more carefully. We don't have a lander that can do that. I don't know what plant growth study is. Orbital study. Is in this. Was that a contract to adjust to the orbit? That'd be free money. Alright, we need to be low in space, high in space, visible light camera. Do either of these have a visible light camera? Because if so, we can just do that. Don't UV camera. Hold on. Alright, 6. I just orbitist of Minmus. Hell yeah. That is... Oh, fuck. No, but that's so much money for free. Because that's super easy. Ah. Okay. When does this expire? 1 day. Fuck. We can do this. We can do this right now. No, it's not ready to launch. Shit. Fuck. Yes. You can upgrade this to get unlimited contracts, but that's quite a lot of money I don't want to spend right now. Shit. If I had checked and seen that before, I could have just gotten that one, done it, and then gone back and gotten one of the other ones that takes long. Damn it. Actually, hold on. When is our Rackmost satellite gonna be ready to launch? I don't know. Maybe it snuck up on me. Maybe it's already ready. I don't know. I'm coping. 6 days. Fuck. Okay. We're gonna miss that lucrative, super easy adjust orbit contract. That sucks. Oh well. And yeah, this doesn't have any science experiments on it. Okay, so I'll have to launch another satellite in order to do the that mission. And we'll make it one that we recover. Yeah. So we can have experience actually returning a vehicle from Minmus orbit instead of just sending something out and leaving it there. Alright. Yeah, I should really read better, huh? Heart 7 is ready to go. In specific orbit of the moon. Yep, that's what we're doing. Alright, launch. I don't think this will be completed within the day before that other contract expires, so that's unfortunate. Wanted to double check that the mystery goose, yeah. That's 100% sure. Okay. It seems like the kind of thing I'd forget. Alright, well, off to the moon. 3, 2, 1. Alright, so T minus 15 seconds. We begin our burn. I should take the fuel out of these boosters a little bit. So that they actually are depleted within the atmosphere. They're supposed to be. Oh, time went down. So T minus 13. Turn you around. And we'll let that deal with it. I'm sure nothing bad will happen from me doing that. Yeah, it'll be fine. Alright, off we go to the moon. Really need to get into the habit of actually renaming these to relays in the vehicle assembly building. Okay. Moon. Oh, wait. First of all, I kind of need to finish my circuit. Moon. Alright, here's our target orbit. Wait, what? Huh. Okay, let's do this. Oh, and right there, we'll do our capture. Perfect. So our panels are getting lit. So at T minus 18 plus 3, 18 seconds. Yeah. Funky how the moon starts going left and then right when you in your view when you're doing your transfer. But you know, orbital mechanics. Full connection the whole way along. Perfect. Alright, and at T minus 11 we burn. Perfect. Hey, there we go. Nice. And I guess we can go ahead and observe this mystery goo. Can't do anything with it, though. So, we can't transmit that back. But, hey, it's there. It's another relay around the moon, I guess. Yeah. Alright. Cute. Forget how high Raknos 2 is. Alright. Oh, mission complete. To the Space Center. Let's see if there's any other lucrative contracts. We can replace that one with and start preparing for. Oh, oh, it's still here. Holy shit. All right, just need to double check when the right? How much Delta V do you have? Plenty enough to do this, right? Right? Oh yeah, that's plenty of Delta V. Yep. Accept that contract. Easy money. Bonk. Let's go ahead and do it. Yippee. This will be the third orbit this satellite has, the third different orbit that this satellite has had to assume for monies. This is a very, very in demand little satellite. Huh. And wait a minute. For a second, I thought this was going in the opposite direction that we were rotating, but no, it's not. It's the same direction. We're good. Don't worry about it. Ooh. Do that. That. That should be perfect. Alright. 8-second burn. That's an 8-second burn on thrust power 1. Let's go to half, I guess, to be more precise. Moving around in this. It's 17 T minus 9 seconds. 8 seconds. Sir? Yippee! I love when a contract pays well for doing basically nothing. That's the kind of contracts we can hope for. Let's see if there's another one. Perhaps a 4th orbit for Minheart 6? There, there's that. Station satellite in Colnia orbit around E. It's a lot of money. What's a Colnia orbit? A very eccentric one, it seems. Okay. What does this orbit look like? What shape is it? I mean, I know it's going to be quite eccentric, but you know, what direction? How crazy are we talking here? Pretty crazy. I haven't even gotten to man, I don't know. That would pay so well, but it also has quite a high cost if we fail it. So, and I haven't even done a flyby of these. I'm not sure I can get with that much inclination. That's oof. I'm not sure I can do that. I don't know about that one. You also have to worry about Eve transfer windows. That's complicates things quite a bit. I'm not taking that contract. As tempting as it is, I am not confident in my ability to execute that orbit on around another planet. I don't think I can. Violet light, cosmic ray, netometer, ion trap, pressure, material study. It's a lot of money. I need to design a new lander. I mean, I could just design a new, more capable lander that can fit a material study bay on it. I could do that. We have a lot of time to think about this one. Just orbit around Midness. We could definitely do this, okay, as well. And the failure is only the cost of the advance, so... And some reputation. We don't care about that. So that's a pretty low-risk mission. But I've been burned before. These numbers seem reasonable enough. I'm gonna look at it first. So... Probodyne. Probodyne. Around Minmus. What sort of orbit do you think? It's a pretty reasonable orbit. It'd be great if I could just reuse Minhart 6 again, but yeah. I think this is actually rotating. Yeah, it's rotating in the opposite direction of our current satellites around Minmus. So yeah. Alright. Sure. We'll put something around there. We need that money. Okay. Tracking station. Wait. Not tracking station. I'm a fool. I'm so used to clicking on the tracking station now, exiting out of the mission control building. We need is to look at our construction times. Not that. Actually, do need to look at our transfer windows. Eve. Yeah, no insertion burn. Yeah. Audit. Okay. Travel time of 188 days. Departure, year 3, day 400. Oh, jeez. You know, that Eve contract wasn't gonna go away for a long time. I probably should have just waited. Huh. I probably should have just waited. I should have checked what the transfer window would be, and then waited until the transfer window arrived to accept that mission. Huh. How many days are in a Kerbal year? $426 days. Hmm. Um, what's the best transfer window by year 3, day 100? Huh. Hmm. Oh yeah, that's not bad. Oh, that's if we leave today. Ah. When is that rocket going to be done building? 17 days. What if we put you at the top? 13 days. All right. Earliest departure is in 13 days. Let's go ahead and round that up to 14 to be safe on our calculations. So 400. Let's see. So 14 plus 2, 16. I don't know why I had to think about that. Boop, boop, boop. Plot it. Okay. Year 2, day 416. We launch immediately. And we can make it. Okay. Alright, that's yeah, we could do that. Yeah. I don't actually know how to get an encounter with Eve. Now that I think about it. I don't know what the best way to do this is. Hmm. I don't know. Well, if we miss it, we miss it. That's fine. For now, though, let's warp ahead to our next launch. Alright, Aquas 3. Ready to launch. Yeah, sunset. Good enough time as any to launch. Let's do it. Alright. Ready to go. Alrighty. So, let's just double check your orbit direction. Let's see, that's the orbit we need to hit, right? Yep, 4,000, 2,000, yep. We need to be going that way, which is the standard orbital direction. We are not going anti... Alright, cool. And it is equatorial, so we are not deviating. Alright. In 3, 2, 1, ignition. Beautiful time of day for a launch. I should launch at sunset more often. Yeah, the straight body definitely helps with the bulbousness of bearings like this. I should do that for our future rockets. I think that. It does not like tipping over. Come on, buddy. Do your gravity turn. Such a great time to launch. It doesn't have a probe on it that can do this. I need to add that. That'll make things easier. Although, Sprachmos missions are only going around Kerbal. So, nah. I'm just really struggling to line this up, so yeah. It'd be nice. Alright. And 36, 15 plus 3, 18. Okay, sleep calls. Have a good sleep, my dear and friends. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Have a good sleep. Thank you for tuning in. Looks so silly with its little Pope hat. Less silly with it open, but, you know, it's still massively oversized for the rest of the satellite. Okay. Let's go ahead. Periapps. Add a maneuver. Bring us out to there. Should go ahead and just position this so it's directly in line with where that Apple Apps needs to be, actually. Yeah, I think that's a bit more logical. Alright. That's a 3-minute burn. Is it still using the Vostok engine? Ah. Well, I've done it again. 3 minutes, 38 seconds is 1.5 minutes. Plus... Let's see, so... a minute 54. Yeah. I'm just going off of what this is, because it always does the exact time that you need to start burning plus a minute is when it ends the time warp. So, a minute 54. That's when we need to burn. This thing is so goofy looking. Okay, we'll get to try out this thing at least. I'll wait till we're at our destination orbit before I activate it. Da, 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 man, I really need to stop using this engine. And better options are available. Yeah, da, 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 da. Do. I'm gonna have to do another burn to circularize once we get out there, huh? It's a painful lesson. I'm gonna have to learn to not use this engine. I keep not learning it. Blah, 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 blah. Project cutoff. Alright, this one's only 1:24. Yippee! Light earth, carbon. What is this earth I speak of? There's only carbon. Alright, T minus 55. 52, 42 seconds. Minus 42 seconds. Wait, that can't be right. Oh, no, it is. I'm a fool. T minus 42 seconds. Trust the math. The math tilde. And burn. Alright, there we go. Yippee, contract complete. Alright. How do we use this thing? Perform orbital survey. You must be in a stable polar orbit. Oh. Well, that would have been good to know. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. You need to be in a polar orbit to go over the whole planet. But, okay. What are the height limits? 60 and 1500. Okay. Well, shit. Oh, well. Lesson learned. An expensive lesson. I mean, not that expensive, but, you know. Like 1,000 or so funds. Well. It's, relay. Accept. Space Center. We can start construction of another rocket. We have a Minhart on getting ready for the Minmus landing. What space run Minmus? Flank Kerbal Badlands. That'll be a plane. Unless we want to do a La 2B for that. Do we want to do a La 2B or should we just do? We should just do a plane. We'll just do. In synchronous orbit of Minmus. This is a lander, right? Minhart 7. Yeah, it's a lander, I recognize. Okay. Let's do a Minmus satellite to get that that other thing. And we'll design it to return to Kerbin. Yes. So this will be a round trip. Minhart. Minhart 8. Okay. Let's do new. Alright. We'll do this guy. We know this can survive an atmospheric re-entry because it's done it on top of a Voskhod. Although we're not doing Voskhod. This, you know. Okay. We need to bring back. So we need visible camera, ultraviolet camera, and a magnet. So visible, UV, and magnetometer. Okay, so we have those. Visible magnetometer, visible light camera. we also need a thermometer to achieve that one. And that's all it needs. We do need an antenna as well. And all of those will be satisfied. Okay, cool. Well, let's just put on a whip, since we don't need to leave this in up there. We're not going to bother putting a relay on it. Right. I do need to come up with some sort of arrangement to have both of these cameras mounted. And I think the simplest solution is just a bicoupler. Yeah, just one of these, scaled down. Bug-eye thing. It's gonna be a very strange looking fella, but you know. Alright. Actually, we need this to survive atmospheric re-entry. Probably with the science intact. I mean, what we could do is we could transmit the experiments and then re-perform them, so that way, if it burns up, we at least get the transmitted data back. But yeah, we really don't want it to burn up. So let's go ahead and thermal. This is our largest heat shield. That will keep it safe. We need a parachute. Let's see, parachute. Oh, also this doesn't retract and it's sticking out, so we're gonna have to change that. Yeah, just stick right there. At it. Let's go ahead and put this right there. Yeah. Yeah, both of those. We got a thermometer. All right. You know what? We should send some more science with this. Let's break the mystery goo. 2, actually. So we're gonna be covering these, and we can do low and high. So yeah, 2 mystery goos. Yeah. Should bring some more. I mean, if we can bring everything, you know. If we bring everything back, that would be pretty nice. These are expensive things to have, but, you know, it'd be worth it. We can return it. Oh, I need to think about where I'm putting the parachute on this thing. Utility parachute. Feels weird to have antennas going through the parachute. Inline parachute. This is why we have it. Yes. Mm-hmm. This will be minutes, right? Yes. Min heart. 7. Wait, no. 8. I just want to do a quick test that the parachute will work. Because I've never actually used this parachute with a part above it. I'm pretty sure that it works even when there's a part directly above it, but I need to be sure. So I'm going to do a simulation. We're going to do a vessel move. And we're just going to go up and up. Okay, that'll be good. Drop. Ooh. Okay. Restart simulation. Can I disable the decoupling? And it'll still work. Is that an option? Click. No. Is that an option within the VAB? Is that something I have to like specifically preempt? Coupler disable stage. Alright. And we'll go higher as well, because that weren't high enough for the parachute to actually work there. And I want to make sure that the parachute will work. So. Okay, that should be good. Ah, yes, it does work. I am satisfied. I think this will work. Some batteries on this boy. And we should probably have some solar panels, but I think we'll attach those to the bit that's not returning. Return capsule. We don't need that. We don't need to have fuel in this either. So let's not do that. Okay. I feel like I should move these experiments down lower, where they're less likely to be burned. That's safer. And it looks better. More clean on the sides of here, you know? Ooh, perfect spot for us to put some UCC arms and stuff, too. Let's act. Remove from symmetry. Set text. Art. 8. Yeah. Wish more parts had the gray color option. Oh. It's harder to read this, but I think it looks better. Alright. We don't need all that ablator. We can cut some cost and save some weight by removing some of that. And let's get a decoupler. Flipping a decoupler into a part is never a good idea, I don't think. So we're gonna leave that as is. We'll use struts to connect it down to what it's the body. Yeah. This is not the bit that it's detaching from, so we can move that up. And that'll be fine. Structural. Only struts. Mhm. That is good. We need to bring enough fuel to go there and come back again. How much Delta V does that require? Let's see. So to get into low orbit, which is what we need to do, we're going to need 3,400. Hold on. Low orbit, yeah. And land, you don't need that as much, right? Because you're land. So still need some. I don't know how much exactly, but you know, we'll come to that. All right, so let's just do our math. All right. So starting 3,400. Actually, let's ignore that for now. We're just looking at Delta V to get there and back from orbit. So from low orbit, we're already there. How much Delta V do we need? Going to Minmus, so let's say... Alright, so... Oh, it's not a range. It is plus or minus, yeah. There's plus, yeah, so... Alright, worst case scenario, so let's do 930 plus 340 plus 150. Alright, so that's to get into low orbit around Minmus. And now we divide all of that by 2. And that gives us our Delta V to get from Kerbal orbit to Minmus orbit and back to Kerbal orbit. And that comes out to 2,840 Delta V. So that's how much we're going to need. Alright. This in vacuum mode and slap an engine on it. See how much it's got. Nowhere near enough. Okay. We're gonna need more fuel. just barely enough Delta V. I want to include some extra as a safety margin. And also because we need to get to a specific orbit around Minmus. So we're going to need more than this. But first, let me... That's level. Our orbs. Oh yeah, that's plenty of Delta V. That's... yeah, that'll be safe. It's a little odd though, so maybe we don't do that. Maybe we instead just do some more beams. Odd still. That's worse. There we go. That's the best looking solution. Yeah. Yeah. Let's move from symmetry. I'm gonna take you around. Alright. So that's plenty of Delta V for our orbital module. Yeah, that's got 400 spare Delta V, which will be enough for us to get to that exact specific orbit, as well as to finish circularizing out of the thingamajig. Yeah. Let's go ahead and set up an action group. Great. Toggle. Alright, so now we need to get our launch vessel for this. So let's do Mach 5B. We need a decoupler. That's already perfect diameter, I do believe. Might be a little thin around those orbs. So maybe let's bearing, build it. There we go. Perfect. Now, hold on. Our staging is all sorts of kerfucked. Let's see, so 720 plus 22. 3,400. Need that from. We need at least 3,400 from here. I have to just do that. That gives us enough to definitely get into orbit. Yep. That should be perfect amount, actually. Okay. That should work perfectly. Let's just double check our staging. Okay. Yeah. All right. In Art 7, I think, is going to be the last mission for today. So let's go ahead and work to its completion and fly it. Minheart 7. Oh, it hopped a little. Always don't like it when it does that. Alright. We're gonna launch in 3, 2, 1. Boom. I will say the only negative to the not tapering on this tank on the newer Ron 5B is that profile view doesn't look as nice when it's wider at the top than it is at the bottom, you know. This wouldn't be an issue if we had the 4 boosters instead of just 2, but we haven't needed that amount of Delta V to get anything in orbit. I could cheat. Not like cheating in the game. Like I could like cheat the appearance by doing 4 boosters and like having the thrust and having the fuel. But that would be a waste of funds because I'd be doubling the amount of boosters I'd have to build for every rocket. So this is what we're doing. Alright, so T minus 22, we begin our burn. Alright, T minus 20 now. Yeah, adding that probe core definitely helps. Yeah, the old burn time. We were still in the atmosphere and it was running its calculations wrong. That is just an SAS block, it is not a probe core. and I have forgotten to rename it to Lander. Oh, this might actually not be the last mission we do this today, because, right, it's gonna take like 8 days for it to get to Minmus. So. This is a Minmus mission, not a moon mission. Alright, Minmus Flats and Midlands. That's what we're aiming for. Target. Perfect. Alright, so 16 seconds we burn. Perfect. Give me the node. There has to be an easier way to do this, right? Alright, hold on. ESP edit node hotkey. Google lied. Okay, it's not possible. There's no button for it. God damn it. Ah, well. Okay, so there was an in-between on these scroll positions as well. Load. There we go. We missed the node. Can't scroll. Let me scroll. It's not letting me scroll. Okay. Oh, God damn it. Closed the node. There we go. Alright, we're good. We're all good. Okay. One minute. 3 seconds. 1 minute, 2 seconds is 31 seconds. Is in the middle, so T minus 31. My fucking encounter. Shit. lay down. Perfect. There we go. Yeah. Seems pretty perfect. Wait a minute. Oh, I'm doing the wrong contract. It's for the satellite. We don't have a. I mean, I guess we could fulfill that contract with this mission, but it's kind of a waste of Delta V to do it instead of just going for the landing. This is supposed to be the landing mission. Next one will be this satellite, yeah. I'm a silly. Lucky. Oh, that will be on its way in 10 days. Yeah, it's a suboptimal transfer because I kind of messed it up, but oh well. Could have waited to go around in the orbit, but whatever. That'll be fine. Space Center? Yeah. I don't know why I thought that would be the last mission for tonight. We've got plenty of time left until the 2 a.m. clock strikes. I mean, I don't know, I could end sooner. But I could go all the way up until 2 a.m. Will I, though? I don't know. Ooh, actually, E-Part is the next thing that's gonna happen. So, you know what? I want to watch a tutorial on how to do that before we launch that mission. So, I think that is gonna be where we leave it off for tonight. Okay. Well. Let's, Alright, well, that's gonna be it for tonight. Let's go ahead and find someone to raid. Yeah, I'm kind of tired. I just typed /raid and then the raid message. That's not how that works. Okay. Who we head? Did we just... Oh, yeah. Just started. Alright, yeah, we'll head on over there then. Sweet night, Kiwi Raid. Alright, well, thank you all again for tuning in. I will see you all in the next stream, which will be, maybe more Kerbal Wednesday or Thursday. Maybe. But if not, then Baldur's Gate on the weekend. And then Kerbal again on Monday as usual. Okay. I'll see y'all then. For now, bye-bye. Good night. Bye-bye-bye. Bye-bye-bye. Good night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye-bye. Good night.